Should be live here. Hello, folks. We are going to work on the research today. All right, here's the plan. Um, there are some things to figure out on like what do we want to build for the experiment tracking. There is some organizational stuff for how we handle data. There's some stuff for cleaning up how plots are going to load, present data, and then there's some stuff on how we're going to queue up and run different jobs. So the first thing I want to sort of figure out is how we want to present the data here, right? Do I just use... I'm trying to think how we store all this data, right? In my mind, I kind of want to be able to just keep dumping experiments into a folder somewhere so that, like, I don't have to do one contiguous run, right? I just have a bunch of files I can dump into a folder. Having it be one experiment equals one file is not bad. Hey, Weston, yeah. Yeah, I have a couple pointers on stuff now and again. One experiment equals one file. It's kind of awkward if we have 10,000 experiments, isn't it? Welcome. Yeah, because the thing is, right, like, what's gonna go on a plot? Actually, let's figure out, maybe we'll figure this out, right? Like, what should go on a plot? Here, let me go grab my Google Doc. Not leak. So what are, like, the plots gonna look like? Plots. Speed sensitivity. For one set of hypers, what is... Okay. Pretty easy. Can this be done across... And do this across... Hyper activity. Going to need kind of like seed, like using the last. It's a lot of experiments. Like a lot of experiments. Okay, but this is like, these are two very simple things. Let's see if I can figure out. What about sweeps? Do I need to plot sweeps in some way here? So we're gonna say, assume we can make, assume that we can actually make protein do this well. Draw Pareto frontier. Pick up this. Is there any other type of analysis that I'm going to want? I think there is, like some misc other analysis, like maybe stuff like gradient, noise, stuff like 2 hyper correlation, etc., etc. Hello, Kwang. Came here from the space. Cool to see you stream this. I'm a friend with Zoya from Philip's lab. I met him a couple of times. Welcome. Yeah, I pretty much stream all of my research and engineering. It's fun because, you know, Puffer is a big open source project. And it's really a great way to get people into the space as well. Because, like, people will be building new environments and, like, trying to figure stuff out, getting into RL. And they'll come by and I can fix things for them really quickly. And it's fun for me as well most of the time. I mean, fundamentally here, right? Are there other types of visualizations I'm missing? 10 minutes got nans. What percent of runs does this happen in? So Kinvert, it's gonna depend on hypers and stuff. That's just unstable parameters, is what that is. So if you like increase total time steps or whatever, it's just that the hypers are pretty aggressive, most likely. It shouldn't take 10 minutes to train as the thing. It should be like solved before that. I kind of like, I don't really like the idea of having to do these full hyper runs and then only getting the frontier out of it, right? But what else can we get? We can't really get stable regions from sweeps like that, right? Oh, you know, we can do stuff based on the frontier, right? Welcome. Have you tried using adaptive sampling? Bayesian. The algorithm that we have for hyperparams is called protein. It's based on my own research. It uses a couple different Gaussian processes, as well as like this pseudogenetic thing. You can read about it on X, actually. It's on my articles tab. It's a follow-up to Imbue AI's Carbs, which is cost-aware Bayesian search. I mean, for all of these, right, like, it's kind of, we have a big group of experiments for each of these. Doing Bayesian, yeah. Well, sort of. Actually, the thing that I figured out is all these... We got rid of the main normal form of an acquisition function. Because at least from what I found, like, the acquisition functions were so... The Gaussian process is only directionally correct, is the best way of putting it. Like, anything that's based off of the variance of the estimate is just complete garbage. Anything that's, like, really dependent on the Gaussian process being, like, accurate is bad as well. So protein kind of is... It's still using the Gaussian process, but it's less heavily reliant on it being super high fidelity, if that makes sense. Like, there are basically some things where you assume the GP can model well in previous algorithms, and we relax a lot of those assumptions. We're doing the Axine stream. Do you have some go-to resources? Yeah, so actually, since we probably have a few people from that stream, let me just real quick give you the standard resources on what I do and how I get people into this space. It's all free. So, all my stuff's at puffer.ai. All the code is free. It's open source here. This is the library that I developed for high performance reinforcement learning. The code is quite short for a lot of the key stuff. Start if you want to help me out for free. And the Discord is here. We have a ton of people in here, helpful, can answer questions. I'm in here as well. And then on my X account, this is where most of the articles are, in addition to the docs on the main page. You can see that there's like some of my own research on here. There's some more high-level stuff. But then these two guides here, these are, this is like a comprehensive resource that I've put together for new people. This one is pretty good even for relatively advanced, like AI programmer, like AI and ML people. Just there's like a lot of just good insights on science and like misleading things in science in here. But then the key on RL, right? This is a step-by-step guide on how to get into RL, right? And it links you to other stuff that I've written. It links you to other stuff that other people have written, and it like takes you through the process of getting into the space by building things. It's really not super advanced, though, is the thing. We've had brand new programmers be able to start building stuff. Like, it's going to take you a few months to get bearings if you have no programming experience at all, obviously. But if you have, like, any level of basic programming experience, it's very, very realistic to start doing things in this space within a few weeks. And if you're actually, like, a competent programmer with some low-level experience, you can literally get into RL, like, the start of it in a weekend and have, like, a little environment doing cool stuff. Oh, okay. I missed the whatever. Okay. So I think here that like compute data trade-off. Literally couldn't code anything. Oh, without AI. It's in my guide. I have suggestions on this as well. Um, Learning to program with like AI writing big chunks of your code is a very bad way to learn to program. In general, like programming is it's not easy, but it's taught in a way that makes it seem like it's a lot harder than it is. Yeah, exactly. You use LLMs to teach you, but really you use them for like basic standard questions, honestly. If you get into like opinion pieces and stuff, they just become sycophantic. You kind of just use them as like fancy Google. 60F arm is almost complete. Oh, awesome. Hey, that's cool. Writing code. Writing code ends up, yes, being the process of programming. If you go high level, if you start thinking like, oh, like programming can be typing stuff into the LLM, you're gonna miss the forest for the well, you're gonna miss the trees for the forest, actually. We flip around the phrase. I mean, look, I'm not gonna argue that point though, but if you read my guide, I think you'll get a lot of good information out of it. Whether or not it's the only way to do things, it's a demonstrably very effective way to do things. One thing I'm not sure here is if I want to keep... Do I want to keep the full training curves for each sweep? I don't think I do, right? That's a lot of data. You here just ignore me? I mean, we help new people out, right? As long as they're, like, receptive to information. A lot of new people have gotten into the space with, like, very little experience. Like, ask Weston here, right? And I'm sort of just thinking through this while I'm talking. I think I need to just, like, start doing this and not worrying too much. I think it's going to be... Oh, wait, hyperparam sensitivity. I'd use the same runs for these. Kinda can, right? Page on the screen. Amsterdam. I think technically it's all the same thing. Thing is a run. No, I still want to have this organized like separately. Can you explain how you're going to do hypersensitivity? As that means the same if they aren't. Right, but Tim, we're basically just trying to figure out stable regions, right? So like let's say that you run a sweep and you get your final hypers. If you were to take any individual hyperparameter and move it a little bit, how sensitive are the final hypers, right? And then like do those regions overlap across environments? Like it's probably going to be the case that a lot of the hyperparameters actually just really don't have that much influence on performance at all and have stable regions, whereas other hypers are very sharp and others have like stable regions, but those regions are different per environment. We want to understand all of that. But yeah, we also did we get scaling with this? I guess 2 hypercorrelations kind of give us scaling. Well, wait, compute data trade-off is scaling, right? Yeah. Compute data trade-off will give us scaling. That's the most important one, frankly. Finals. Well, we do different things, right? Like, oh, I mean, I guess if you mean if they're being like, if the hypers are being annealed, then the annealing itself is still parameterized by a start and a stop point, right? And usually the stop is 0 anyways. Yeah, so that's not a big problem. What platform and software using to stream this? OBS, and then I'm using Restream to rebroadcast across X, YouTube, and Twitch. What is still bothering me? There's something here that's like still bothering me. Oh, right, that I still don't have like a cool way to like a nice way to store these. So like if I do like frontier slash seed hyper sweep, seed hyper and sweep, then hyper and sweep. And then the sweep is the important one, right? Oh, you know why? I see why. Because it's you want to do hyperparam sensitivity across the frontier. Okay, so what's that look like? Final space this. Yes, Tim, it's possible that because of the other hypers, that a specific one is sensitive. We're actually going to explicitly model that, though. Like, that's one of the things we want to discover. And my expectation is that, like, the data efficient runs that use really small batches and stuff, the hypers are going to be more sensitive there, I guess. Yeah, I think I know how we're gonna do this. So this is gonna be evaluate on burrito. Seeds. We'll do call for synthetic benchmark. This is not a synthetic benchmark. It's a real benchmark. Okay, so now that I know this changes things slightly, I suppose. Yeah, BR. Data viz is going. I know exactly now what we need. Now I have to figure out how to structure it like this. I mean, I can technically do a regression fit actually on this, but I think it's way better to do explicit fit. Now, the thing is that this is super annoying because, like, we'd like to be able to just keep running this sweep. Well, how many experiments is this really? It's a lot. Together an air hockey on? Ooh, fun. I don't know what you're doing with VR and that, but... Yeah, so the thing that I'm having difficulty with, let me sort of draw this for people. Alright, so... Here, there are a couple different types of plots I want to do. So this is going to be like... compute... And then for different environments, right, we're going to get like Pareto frontiers. It should look something like this. Like this. Now, this is like the type of thing that we want to see. Is that we get different environments have these different frontiers. But then what we want to do is we want to take like the data points on these frontiers. We want to do like compute. And then this is like hyper. Now we take this, right? We put this on this side. So you got like all these different compute points. And what we're going to want to do is have like for different values of the hyperparameter, we're going to expect the hyper to like shift a little bit, right? So maybe it's like it looks like this. Or maybe this hyperparameter has to be changed linearly with compute. But then the sensitivity, right, it could look like this. Right, where it's like more sensitive. Or actually, it should be the other way around, right? Because it's not a variance. Yeah, it should be like this. Where it's like a super sensitive thing at low compute. And then this would basically tell us, hey, look, this hyper generally changes linearly with compute, but it's a lot more sensitive at small scale than at large scale. Something like this, right? And we can do this with compute, or we can do this with data, and we might get a different result. Yeah, it's a lot of plotting, right? That's why I'm doing all this custom stuff, because it's going to be a lot of plots, right? Because if you think about it, right? So let's say we have 25 environments. Actually, let's even see if we can do this, because this is kind of like a huge amount, right? So like, let's say we have 25 environments. We're going to run 10 hyperparameters with 5 each. So for a single hyperparameter, it's like over 1,000 runs. Let's see, it's times 10. But, this is a number of experiments we could actually run. It's going to be a lot, but it's, like, kind of in the range of what I expected. It's tens of thousands. But then we have to also figure out how to convey this information in a way that's, like, clean. Or with compute, I suppose. Hmm. The thing that's annoying about this, right, is that I have to run... So these plots actually are not that bad. This is just fixing sweeps, right? Like, if we can make sweeps produce us all this data, and then I just have to save this. Number of hours. How's data measured? Number of hours past play. It's data is typically measured in steps. So for simple environments, we're usually looking at anywhere from like 1 million up to 100 billion steps. It's a pretty wide range. Most of the experiments for this project are going to fall in the realm of uh between 1 and 500 million, though, with some larger ones. Yeah, our biggest experiments are like 650 billion steps. The biggest experiment I've run is it's played 12,000 years worth of games. Well, I think this data here is actually not that bad, right? This data is just like one folder per environment, and in each folder uh you have a file for each experiment, and then I just load up all the files and I sort through the data and compute Pareto curves. And then this one is going to be like environment, hyperparameter. Actually, just environment, hyperparameter, and then a bunch of experiments, right? I think that's fine. I think we have an understanding of this. Yeah, so this needs to be a custom logger. Which we can do. In fact, here, hang on. Now I know what to do. I think we're gonna be able to be good for the rest of the day on like just chilling and working on this. Heck, something's weird there. Expired. Yeah, there we go. Hey Jess, we figured out what we're gonna do and how we're gonna collect and store data, and now I gotta implement it. I see. Which is, it's a lot of stuff. We have to store. So we're gonna store the sweep data, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna compute the Pareto frontier from the sweep data, and we're gonna run ablations on that data that are gonna give us hyperparameter sensitivities at each of those. But I'm thinking that even just from the initial sweep data, we can do a lot, so I'm gonna set that up first. And we should be able to get like something decently pretty quick because I'm going to integrate like the fast Pong sweep stuff, and we're probably gonna put this on the 6 GPU box. I think that's what I'm gonna start with. I really should just get my editor set up working on that 6 GPU box. Decent with researchy coding. Develop more prod software. Any advice? Yeah, don't. Like, if you, like, production or, like, big company software style is just horrible software. Like, honestly, take a look at, like, really tight, smaller scale projects that, like, do mid-scale things with very small amounts of code. Like, all, like, the enterprise best practices is just, like, how to absolutely have no ability to do anything as an individual and to, like, very slowly be an effective cog in a much larger machine. Too much cursor versus too little? Very simple. Any cursor is too much cursor. There you go. It's actually one of the things in my programming recommendations guide is don't use cursor. More ambitious projects. Well, if you want to do more ambitious projects, right, it's instead of trying to get higher level and using more tools, right, go lower level. Like, go the opposite of the direction you're tempted to go. Instead of, like, more LLMs, more packages, more tools, more dependencies, like, strip all that stuff away and go low level. And what always happens every single time is when you want to solve something, like, the existing solution is 100 times more complicated than it needs to be. So if you get really, really good at just seeing the simplest possible way of solving a medium-sized or hard, like, relatively hard problem, you end up with something that you can actually do. Case study for these projects? I mean, check PufferLib, right? Cursor purely for aesthetics. We might have a different sense of aesthetics. Why don't I merge? Can I merge this into the other thing? Let me do this. Yeah, see, I almost don't want to copy. I don't want to do this merge. I know what I want to do instead. I'm going to do it manually. It's going to take me longer, but it's going to save time in the long run because I'm not going to have stupid things happening. Because this was, like, just a researchy test branch, and I didn't, like, take this one super formally. Awesome. Thank you. I stream most of my devs, so looking to learn stuff on RL, I will be around. Okay, so this is most of what we wanted here, right? So what I'm trying to do right now, right, is I'm just trying to retrofit this so that I can log all of this new data in the form that I need it, and then we're going to be able to start doing cool visuals. Proof 3.0. Small M's. End review would take a while, Box, and I'm happy to do reviews. I am sort of in the middle of this logging stuff. Let me take just a quick peek at them, though. I will be happy to review those when I get a chance. Oh, holy. Wait. Which of these are yours? I was literally just thinking about wanting this today. And Overcooked. Yeah, look at that. 2 new environments that I've wanted. Good job to these folks. Holy. I love open source. 253? Teammates. Oh, okay, that's nice. I see, okay. Super simple M's. Can I just merge these? It depends how much of a review you want. If you want me to do a full review, I can't do that right now while I'm working on this stuff. If you just want a quick merge, I can do that, I think. These do look, yeah, very basic. Well, what I can do for you is I can merge them now and I'll play with them later, just make sure that they're decent. We are starting to get this blow up effect where it's like the amount of boilerplate is kind of obnoxious for when M's are really tiny, right? Like, realistically, this is a PR with an env that has, I don't know, like 100 lines of logic, maybe, and then it's 300 lines of code per env. So I gotta figure out a way to improve that, but that's not on you, that's on me. Maze. You did train policies on these, right? Really have to solve. Well, if you make it long enough, obviously it does. Okay, so it is a flat log, right? This looks flat to me. Oh, I'm doing a lot of science side stuff, Box, and we're gonna do like 25,000 experiments worth of understanding how to make RL sane and consistent. Yes. Do you think it's worth putting curriculum in ENVs? Uh, Basic randomization is absolutely 100% worth it for a lot of EMs. Fancy curriculum schemes can be, but just note that there is implicitly a pretty strong baseline curriculum learning in Puffer training by default that applies to all environments. So it's not as easy to get stuff out of it as you would normally expect. Coffee in a bit. Let me figure out how we're gonna do this. You can try stuff like that. I'd probably just randomize the arm so it's like, you know, different proximity to the goal. That's probably better. I see why we did it this way. It's fine. Checkpoints, right? That's annoying. Maybe not. Super annoying. Because all these checkpoints are going to be obnoxious, right? We don't even need these. Do I split it? Hello, SPY. Yes, welcome. With how in what good shape I am now? Not unless Calvin Klein's paying me. That's progress. Maybe by next time you're here, you'll learn some manners. See? Definitely see. Quite alright in that department, thank you. That'd be funny. Well, I guess it's not an uncommon name. Though not many people go by Joseph. Nah, I'm good on that. I think we're gonna have to call your psychiatrist, mate. I have used VS Code. It's ass. This is just better. I think we can get this to work from here, yeah? Hey, look at that. Ain't that nice? Dude, why didn't you just sit down and, like, pay attention to some of this and learn something instead of just trolling me? There's quite a bit of cool work going on if you look close enough. Okay, so uptime, right? Mean and log. I see. So this is going to be a problem. This is going to be an issue. Hmm? Oh, is the mic too quiet? Yeah, hang on. Why nobody do that? Here, that should be a little better. I moved it up a few decibels. So the issue I think that I have here, right? This uptime is going to get computed wrong. Because it's going to compute the final evaluation. Okay, so this is slightly awkward, right? What's the easiest way I fix this? The thing is, the estimation code is giving you the... It's including the evaluation at the end, which is a problem. That's a big problem. It's actually being done, I think, correctly in the sweeps, though. Right? It's like when I do this training, what I do, if I recall... Oh, do I not? Oh, I thought I'd done, that's weird. That's bad, then. I can just do cost. I can definitely hack it. Okay, so let's see how this does, then. Training is very fast in chess, but once we get to 0 time, it's super slow. Oh, Jess, that's just the final evaluation. It's not that it's slow, it's just, it's the final, like, it's doing additional evals. So hanging. I see. Yeah, so the thing is, I have to restructure the way the logger works for that, right? I hear what you mean. Yeah, you're totally right. I need to figure out some ways to make some changes. We'll do some UX and like stuff on the next version for sure. But like I guess in my mind, like Puffer 4 can't just be some perf improvements in UX. We have to have a bit more than that. So I'm trying to do the hard bit first. Yeah, I hear ya, but I really want to do a full version. The point 0.5 is a cop out. Wavy version needs to be improved. Yeah, I just try to make it a big change. Hey, Javier. I try to deliver, like, you know, groundbreaking new changes with each version. You just simulate the universe? Don't tempt me. There we have our sweep points. That's pretty cool. And just literally pick those up from the sweep that's live now. Like, this sweep is just running and dumping more files in. And we literally just get to, like, you know... Dude, why is this stupid bar not, like... just... Like, literally, this probably has a few more data points, right? Not bad. Well, this is not... The point is not to replace Neptune. Like, we're doing something way bigger than just, like, making a Neptune replacement for this. The point is that this is going to let us do, like, new types of analysis that we're not going to be able to do with a standard dashboard. Alright, this is research, not Tinder. Fuck major mind patch. How the heck is this not a thing? Can I just have it be... Can I just give it a list? Yeah, I'm trying to make it custom heat map color. Hang on. Oh, here it is. It's not necessarily bugs problem. Okay, so we'll just do. Okay. Well, we have to obviously fix this thing, but this is the graph. Use the restroom real quick and we'll keep on this. So weird how this thing works. Right back. Okay. Now watch me steal this Baron. I've been playing some League lately. I am so incredibly bad at that game, it's not even funny. The thing I'm stuck on in that game at the moment is I think I could get out of bronze if I could just play my main champ every game, but it gets banned like half the time. So it's like, it's really obnoxious when you end up spending half your time not on your main. Favorite energy drink? I had enough in college for a lifetime. I was on like four monsters a day through most of undergrad. What is this? Wait, am I doing this right? So, is this backwards? Yeah, this is backwards, right? Because I want to have... Hello, welcome. That's a heck of a username. New Talk TX scene, keeping your stream on now all day. Oh, welcome. I pretty much just stream all my research. At the moment, we are doing, we're setting up some, like, large-scale analysis for hyperparameter sensitivity, cost data trade-off, and scaling laws and other stuff. What's the goal? What I do wrong? I see. Sounds like you're recreating Google internally. Not really. It's mainly like reinforcement learning is going to be so much better than it is now. We've already seen improvements in what I've been doing in the past year, and it needs to scale. Like, we need to understand better how what we're doing works, like on a fundamental level. Because right now we have like, it's kind of black magic. It's just automated black magic. It needs to be less so black magic, if that makes sense. Okay, so this is kind of nice, right? So we have cost on scatter. It's not a total black box. It's just the fact that, like, it's more so the fact that we don't understand. If I want to use less data, for instance, how should I set up my training to use less data with more compute? How do I know whether I have stable hyperparameters, what things I need to test and not? What are you doing from Rayson? Yeah, so this is a super useful thing for RL. I was talking with some people about this recently. You actually wouldn't want it to be part of the render code, necessarily. But yeah, this is a super useful thing with RL. You direct me PufferLib OS. Yeah. I mean, I'm the main, like, the creator of the library, at least originally. We have a lot of open source stuff now, but I'm working on just, like, a branch of the main one. That's silicon. If you're, I think it skipped that question, right? Yeah, so sometimes X drops messages. If you don't see your message up here, then I haven't seen it. For the search algorithm. FBR, look up Go Explore. Jeff Kloon's Go Explore work. That's the type of thing you would do with this, more than search. You could technically do search as well, but I think, like, Go Explore type stuff is more exciting to me. Because if you're gonna assume a state settable sim anyways, you may as well do this. Yeah. Yes, you can do MPS. MPS is not anywhere near as fast as CUDA, but, like, Puffer is so fast that for the simpler M's, you can still get, like, a couple 100,000 steps per second training anyways. So Go Explore is basically just, like, you train agents starting from specific states, but the agents themselves don't use search. It's just like a really powerful version of curriculum. Mm, you can try it. I don't actually know how fast that will be. You're not going to get anywhere near, like, a high-end NVIDIA GPU, though, I can tell you that for sure. Like, the NVIDIA GPUs are just way faster. Repeat contributors do get access to our hardware, though. We typically train stuff on, like, 4090s or 5090s. But you can also just rent those online for, like, 25 cents an hour. Yeah, you don't need a 6000. 4090 is good enough. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I try to put some of the money back into the, well, I mean, ultimately all the money goes back into the project, but some of it goes to, like, community hardware and stuff. Playing with Majoko. He's not running this on a Majoko, right? He's got his own custom sim now. Majoko's super slow. Like, really, really slow. What happened here? Yeah, absolutely. A big part of what we do is with custom simulation. Like here, if you just check the website, the vast majority of these are written by contributors. They run right in your browser. You can see the RL agent playing the game. This is like not me playing, right? That's the RL agent. Stuff like this. We got this racing end. We've got multi-agent snake. Like each one of these is an agent. Got like more complicated things in here as well. Drones. Tons of different demos. When are you going to release the finance end? I just haven't had a chance to do it. Like, I can probably do it whenever. It's just it's in partnership with a client, so we want to make sure that everything is all good with them on our like next deliverable before we do that. I wouldn't expect much though. It's like a really basic trading env. Like really, really basic. It was kind of just like one of the prototypes we did. CPU, what is that? Is that the... Are those like the discrete connected ones? Oh yeah, yeah, those, yeah. I have no idea, frankly, how those do. I have always just found it the easiest to have a desktop. Like, I don't know, I have several desktops, right? You released. Well, I mean, they see the open source stuff, and they're looking for people from the Puffer community to do some engineering for them. So, they thought, hey, maybe if we release some of this stuff, we'll be able to see if there are any good people that would be interested in bringing them on for this. 3060. Yeah, I don't really know much about, like, there are tons of things you can find on budget builds. The main thing is you want to have a decent number of cores for RL. Like, if you can get a 16-core chip, ideally, a 16-core AMD chip is really nice to have. But then most of it's going to come down to the GPU. Shaders are fun. We do a little bit of shaders just for our visuals more than anything, right? Like, the terrain for this is all put together with a big shader. Come on. Oops. I forgot. I don't know why I broke tab on this. But, yeah, the terrain on this sim here, is all a big shader. Mini MMO. There's some other stuff in here as well, like... I will accept PRs that improve perf on Mac, provided you don't, like, make a mess of the NVIDIA and, like, the rest of the code, right? As long as you're not, like, making the code a messes in the process of doing that, sure. Like, we try to keep our stuff really, really simple and compact as much as we can. Just because, like, RL is so complicated that any bit of complexity you add it costs, like, 10 times the amount that it normally does in the rest of software. if that makes sense. Mm. We typically go for like short and simple over everything. All right, there we are. So look at this. So this is the curve, right? Like 1, 2, 3 down to here. Yeah, so this is the start of this Pareto curve, I think. We have all sorts of fun stuff. There are resources as well. If you check my articles tab, there are like full complete guides for people getting into ML and people getting into like more specifically reinforcement learning. One for Puffer. We already have Muon in there. Muon is our default, man. Yeah, of course. What setup am I on? What, you mean the my hardware? This is just SSH into a single GPU box with a 5090 at the moment. Oh, yeah, MPS Muon. If you just wait until PyTorch ships their Muon implementation, then we won't have to deal with it, right? It'll just be in PyTorch and it'll work on everything. It's because we have a third-party library right now for Muon. That's why. Oh, yeah, I can show you the hardware. It's kind of fun. So the hardware setup that we have for Puffer. There's it. Yeah, there you go. Puffer training facility. So we got like 8 desktops in the background, 8 or 9 desktops, and a couple multi-GPU servers. That's the setup. They have it now. Then I'll have to test it. Yeah, I mean, I was doing work, the first like RL work I did at a company, I was doing like internship research at OpenAI when they were doing all of their new RL stuff. Like Dota was still in the works. Follow-ups to OpenAI Gym were under development as well. And then everybody kind of stopped doing it, right? And I've kept doing it. And now we have like next generation of RL infra. Is that at MIT? No, that's at it's not at MIT. It's the Puffer facility. Well, realistically, it's a warehouse on my family's farm, but it's nice and equipped. No, we don't have to pay for heaters, but I do have to pay for AC. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to. I'm probably going back there in a few weeks. At the moment, I'm doing a quick stint in California, a couple months over the summer, because all the business is out here, and so I've been doing a ton of meetings. I'll schedule a few more things. Speaking of which, my buddy replied. Friend finally replied at like 11 a.m. Apparently went out drinking all night. Then research is a combo. Yeah, I really just like peace and quiet. I mostly just want to be able to like do my work at like whatever pace I'm currently feeling like doing it. Stay in shape. That's about it. Oh, there's no way I would survive vegan on everything I'm doing at the moment. I have an article coming up on this like borderline psychotic block of training I've been doing over the last 5 weeks. I'm down 15 pounds in 5 weeks. Brutal. And PRing my runs. Haven't lost any strength either. Mole Beach to the city, yeah. Energy. Yeah, I just don't know how you get protein for muscle. Like, tough. I think it would also just drive me crazy. I like meat too much. I have mostly quit drinking, minus special occasions, dates, and the like. Yeah. I mean, there isn't really any. I don't think there's any health reason to not eat like chicken, right? Like white meat. Is that a thing? I don't know if that's a real thing or not. I can guarantee you, like, depriving me of meat will definitely make me quite angry. That I can guarantee you. Not having a ton of sugar, not that difficult. Not having meat, very difficult. Does pork count as red meat? Yes. Ah. Look, can we just, like, cure diseases and aging and stuff and then go back to eating what the hell we want? That'd be good. uh, oh, I'm not like sourcing shitty stuff. Don't worry on that. I mean, this seems like it's done stuff, right? Mm, so the thing with Brian Johnson, he's really not, if you think about it, right? Like, you're not going to stop aging because of lifestyle changes. You're just not, right? Like, that needs fundamental technological advancements. Like, staying in shape is good. Trying to eat, like, to be as healthy as possible is good. Doing research to that end is good. But, like, that's not gonna make you live forever. He is totally right, though, that we're gonna look back at this era and be like, wow, like, people aged and died. Like, that's gonna look like prehistoric. And I think more than anything, people are gonna look back in the day like, and people just were okay with that and like weren't really actively trying to do anything because they thought it was impossible. Like, it's gonna look back as like the stupidest thing ever. Like, we're gonna look back at this, like, the electricity ads where it's like, electricity is gonna kill everyone. It's so dangerous, right, to have electrical wires. It's gonna be like one of those. Yeah. His diet is pretty damn miserable, though, I will say. Well, we have these trade-offs. We have these points. I don't know why it's doing this bullshit up here, but we have these points. We should probably compute Pareto off of this. Health is not seen as a bad thing in the USA. It's only seen as a bad thing in, like, really idiotic parts of the USA. Right. So what we should do here is we should do... Yeah, this is why, like, I honestly ignore so much of the stuff out there because it's like, honestly, being a scientist more than anything makes you distrustful of science, like, as an authority. It makes you distrustful of it. Like, when it's like, oh yeah, such and such studies shows that whatever, it's like, well, okay. I'll give it maybe a 6 in 10 of that being true or less. Yeah, this is NeoVim. Why is this so difficult again? Have this function already, don't I? Literally, just let me just copy this thing. What theme is that? My own. It's a pretty basic setup, honestly. I've had some form of Vim for like, I don't know, last decade probably. Here. This is all it is. Literally 2 plugins. And then custom color scheme just in there. That's it. It's like a pretty minimal setup. The only thing that I really like is having Super Maven is nice because it's a typing buff. It's just a really stupid language model, right? But you see how fast it is when I start typing. So it just saves typing. I will do 28. What do you use to manage your file tree? My terminal. Yeah, Super Maven. Okay, so what we have to do is, oops. When you're going to make a dependency manager, I'm probably not going to do like general software tooling, honestly. Outside of stuff I'm doing for my like specific research work. This is super weird, isn't it? This needs to not be here, I think. Let's I think what we need to do is let's do honestly, if you give me a massive check, I'm kind of just going to keep doing what I'm doing now at like, with maybe hire a few people to do like more stuff. But that's pretty much it. It like really wouldn't change all that much about what I do. I'm getting tired on this. A decent trained agent, PR. My mind about VR. PufferLib doesn't support it. Yeah, VR is kind of like. I actually think VR is legit. Like, it's cool tech. It doesn't really have much to do with AI, though. And it's very premature. Walk around your end. Yeah, but it's like, it is cool, but it's cool in a way that's completely independent from the AI, right? Yeah, exactly, right? Like, it's a cool Viz demo, and, like, VR is fun. It's honestly, it's a form factor thing, right? Look, I don't have my sunglasses here, but once you get, I guess you can't really do it with VR, but once you get actually good AR into like a sunglass form factor, or like VR into a slightly more shaded sunglass form factor, then it'll be really freaking cool. But like, there's all sorts of stuff. Like, for instance, just having a screen 3 inches away from your face for hours at a time is not fun. And it's like way worse as well than just doing this, like looking at your phone all day. It's like way freaking worse. It's literally like there's nowhere else for all the light to go. It's just straight in your eyes. Ah, it's awful. It's really freaking cool though. It's just it needs to be less there. Okay, what happened? Yeah, there needs to be a fewer steps one here, right? Ah, I see. That's why. That's a mess still. What the hell? Is there any benefit? Wait, Neuralink RL. I don't know enough about the details of what they're doing with that. Is there any benefit to supervised learning for tasks which can be solved with pure RL? It's the other way around, right? It's you do RL when you can't do supervised learning, right? Supervised learning is easier and more powerful than RL when you have data. RL is what you use when you don't. Way to think about it. All right, what the heck is wrong with this? How does this make sense? I guess it's because they're two axes, right? So that's a mess, though, right? Because then any point that is faster... Hmm. Okay, so how do we figure out how to finagle this? Let me use the restroom real quick and think about this. I'll be back in a minute. So what's happening is just that the sweep is not optimizing for the thing that I would want to be looking for on this graph. So this is actually the Pareto front. It's fine. It's just that the sweep is not doing what we want, right? Nature of RL changes the properties of the net. Well, yeah, right. If you don't have behaviors in your supervised data, you're probably not going to find them. You could imagine having an expert set of data for a game and doing a supervised model, and it's going to play like a human would, but like it's not going to find all the new strategies that you could with RL. RL is pretty cool in that way. Okay, I think the next thing is trying to figure out this sweep algorithm, right? Dude, this is like a weird thing, isn't it? Let's actually here. Well, let's do something here. Let's filter. You still have like a ton of these runs, right? So you're actually here. These are slower, right? You don't have any of these runs that are fast, kind of. But then again, this could be many things. Go by steps. Okay, we actually have like a million step solve. We have like a 1 million step solve. So yeah, there's some extra evals, but we get solved in a million steps. Okay, but now it did not do like this regime over here. This set of runs, I have faster solves, right? Look at these. With 4 million steps, you can solve it very fast. About this. here. The best one, I think, is these two. This is sort of the best one, isn't it? This was just trying to solve as fast as it can. But this is still not what we expect, right? Hello, Smog. It is 2 p.m. here. Supposed to be .ne. I thought you were on the East Coast for some reason, because I'm normally in Maryland most of the year. I'll be back there soon. I'm finishing up some in-person stuff while I'm here, and then I get to go back there. Today I'm working on all sorts of hyperparameter sweep and analysis and visualization stuff as part of the new science effort I've been working on. Why don't we do this? You work as an engineer. I work at what you're seeing right here. I work on making reinforcement learning fast and sane. Puffer is a company. Reinforcement learning is very hard. All my stuff is open source, but companies that are doing reinforcement learning internally and are having a tough time of it can get priority support on Puffer, as well as fixed price contract work on larger projects. Is that published? Yes. Those are available on my, those are available on X under my articles. They've been my my best performing articles, in fact. They've gotten some nice endorsements as well. What Windows, man? There isn't one. It's literally just two terminals. Oh, that's why it is. Okay, I think I understand. I found that point. See if this does anything. Then what we should be able to do, as soon as it runs, we'll be able to do some plots. and spend some time on plotting library. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Now it actually, every time I reload the page, it refreshes all our data. bad. Alright, that's fixed now. I guess we don't know. Could get the scores off of these. What about the okay, the other thing I need to do is the multi-sweeping stuff, right? Tired, man. Well, this is proceeding. Let's see if we can start on the other stuff. First of all, let's commit this. What's the moat to RL? That it's hard. That I can write, like, incredibly in-depth guides and articles on every topic possible. And then, like, there will still be teams of 10 or 20 plus people on RL projects doing everything completely wrong. It seems like the algorithms are there. No, we have lots of environments. The algorithms are not there. The understanding is not there. The techniques for making simulators fast and in a way that makes sense with RL still needs work. If you've worked in RL for any period of time, it's like by far the hardest area of AI to do work in. It's like obnoxious because you can't just be an engineering type or like a research type. You need both or you're screwed. The thing that's hard. If you see some of my guides, like you'll see some of the material I put out on stuff. And like keep in mind, literally it is 100 times easier to get into RL today than it was a year ago because of Puffer. Like if you're trying to get into RL with SB3 or whatever, you're just screwed. So, I mean, it's a lot of things, right? Hardware is not that bad at the very least. The one nice thing is now that we have Puffer, like, this is the biggest server I have. I have 2 of these. Okay. Yeah, so we got 6 4090s in this box. I've got 2 of these boxes. And these puppies are going to run me 25,000 experiments over the next block of research I do. That's the goal. Better to own it than rent. You can't really rent stable, consistent stuff for these types of machines. So owning this is way better than renting H100s, and it's just as fast. If you had the ability to consistently rent this class of machine, then maybe. But I bought them. You know, I have the space and the facility for them, right? I am currently on one of these 2 big boxes. I've just been doing a bunch of work on like one of these other big ones, or the smaller ones over here, and we have a whole bunch of extras. You can see that there's capacity for like another 30 boxes. We have plenty of room for hardware. Yeah, I can't wait to get back here. I've got like 3 more pieces of training equipment for myself arriving as well. I get to train agents and train myself. It'll be good. What's the electricity bill look like? I mean, not bad if you think about it. Like, I think the biggest boxes, the big boxes can't do more than like 30 cents an hour. And if I were to rent it, right? If I were to rent like GPUs at $1 a piece, $6 an hour, it's like a tiny fraction what the rent price would be. The thing is that there's an arbitrage, right? Because like the server class chips are just ludicrously expensive if you don't need VRAM. Right, so somehow, how'd this not get merged? This is why. Okay, I didn't merge this. This is actually going to be pretty nice, right? If I have this as like my working setup and I can get this dashboard cleanly, be really good. We have this. All right, so we have Frontier. Okay. Would not listen. Would not request local forwarding. Not already in use. Thing. Okay, so we can forward 8080. Really? Here we go. Cool. And now we can see how this goes, right? Because I can do this one, and then I also have this one, right? Oh, I have this one. Can I have this one? This one. Cool. Alright, here we are. See how fast this gets to be, right? What it's doing. Dummy. Alright, now this should work, right? There you go. And of course, all our nice GPUs are sitting at absolutely terrible utilization, but that's because it's Pong. Running a really weird sweep. Oh. We should start getting jobs done here. What is this one doing? Okay, it's farmed out a new job. Is it not starting the jobs frequently enough? Yeah, it's taking like 5 seconds, I think, to start new jobs. Too long. The jobs are this short. So we're gonna have to figure out how to reduce the overhead associated with this. But does it work is the question. It does work. Look at this. Actually, it does work. It's super good. I'll be right back. And then we are going to figure out how to get the overhead down. And we'll see if we can get up to the number of experiments we actually need per minute to make this all work. Dinner while I watch. Freaking starving. I've got 1 week left on the cut. Driving me nuts. Alright, so I thought of like a simple thing we could do for this, right? I don't know if this is going to be good enough to fully do it. So many like little things that bug me about this. This doesn't do anything. Well, what I'm trying to figure out, right, like, there are all these little things where I run these evaluations at the end of the episode, and technically, like, you don't actually want to observe the total time steps as the final eval time step. They're like all these little approximations, and I don't know how much any of them are going to be problems. Need to fix things here and there. I think that this fixes at least the speed thing a little bit, though, right? Because here now I have a suggestion, and every time I consume that suggestion, right, I get a new suggestion here. So now it should be, you shouldn't actually ever be idling, I don't think, right? The mic kept muting. It sure as hell shouldn't be. It's a good mic. Um, the So right, this now, instead of before where it's like do a run and then when it's ready to do the next run get a suggestion, now it should always have a suggestion queued up. It was Twitter? Oh, okay. That makes more sense. Alright, well at least look, this has given us a lot of data points. So it's not like it doesn't work. Now let's see if this is faster. It looks like it should be faster. So, I mean, we'll see after the first set of runs whether this is what we want or not. Connection refused. That's weird. Right, so this doesn't fix it. Thing. Um. I don't know if I want it to be. Do I really want it to be like multiple suggestions at a time? What happens if I don't do this? See what this does. Hmm. Is this just it? All right, so it's totally the suggestions, right? Just being super slow. Right? I don't see output here actually. Why don't I see output? This is kind of weird, right? Wrong. I think once we have this set up and once we have the latency low, it actually is going to get a lot faster to do a lot of this research. Because then, like, I can just start setting this up on both of the boxes. And I can start queuing up, like, batches of 500 jobs per environment quite quickly. Something's going on here, though, that's, like, wrong. Why? This should have finished. Finish. What is it doing? Oh, you know what it is? It is actually doing it. Okay, it's doing it and it's super fast. Cool. So it is actually, that's actually confirmation. Good. can do this, right? See if this does what we want. The idea here is that it should be 10x faster on the suggestions. If that's the case. What I'm trying to do here, right, it's like it should be 10 suggestions at a time. And if it's 10 suggestions at a time, it should be much. Close this crap. .numpy. Try this now. Huh? I didn't even read whatever the hell was on Twitter there, man. This is a research stream. Yeah, it's just whatever the hell the feed is, though, right? Like, every once in a while, I go through and clean up the feed because it's, like, half politics. But, like, no matter how much I do that to, like, try to get it back to be research, it, like, it's a pain in the ass. It, like, doesn't... It, like, consistently morphs itself back. Okay, well this is way frickin' better now. We're actually getting proper speeds. Hey, look at this. So we actually have all these different data points. Duck? What's going on? Okay, I mean, this is still going at a decent clip, right? The way that I have this configured, it should be a max of 12 per minute. It's already a lot of runs, though. Look at this. Cool. So this is, well, we'll see if it's any good, but this is fast sweeps, right? This is now multi-GPU sweeps with like batch suggestions. I don't really know if I want the suggestions to be fully batched like this, but it does seem like it's doing stuff, right? No, I was just trying to. This is. It's using 6 GPUs. It's running one job on each GPU. So it's batched. We're trying to get really fast sweeps. So I can do all this research work way faster, basically. Okay, I think that this is good. Like, this is doing roughly what we would hope. There are a few things I want to try, though. they want to try. So the idea behind what I just did here was there are two things. One, this downsampling thing I'm doing for Pong specifically is a little bad because you actually have to keep running the game for a while to know how good the result is. And then the other thing here is just something related to the final point estimate. Well, somebody just sent me literally like hundreds of DMs that are like 4 words each. I don't freaking know. Weird. Alright, though here we go, right? So this is now doing all these runs. Should be better. Suggestion should definitely come faster. So we will see basically whether this makes any big difference. At the very least, though, now we have something that should be able to do this quite quickly. 12 million in 2.8 seconds. The best. And 11 million. 1 million in 5.3 seconds. Alright, so now this thing is actually going to start to get filled out. We should expect some sort of curve. The curve that we're expecting should actually be... Yeah, it should be something like this down, though. So, like, not this shape at all. It hasn't found the good runs yet. Bad. Oh yeah, look at all these. So this is exactly what I wanted, right? Now we're getting, I don't know, like, probably 10 experiments a minute. They sort of come in blocks. Yeah, so we can get like 10 experiments done a minute. And this should be able to be populated quite quickly. Now, it is a little bit of a problem that this is probably what's screwing it up, right? Is that these are considered Pareto. Let me think about how I can do something about that. Yeah, I think that this is... Well... The problem with this, I think, is it's trying to find, like, these are technically Pareto. Yeah, okay. So I see the problem. Now I'm trying to think how I can fix this. Actually, I thought protein is specifically not supposed to do that. These points are actually Pareto, though, aren't they? Because, yeah, this is bad because there's nothing that... We have good runs that are slightly slower, and we have good runs that take more steps. But these are technically Pareto, even though they suck. Yeah, the fact that just the fastest run is going to be a Pareto point is not good, right? Because then that means... And, like, you're going to be able to get at, like, a whole bunch of different speeds of runs that have approximately the same number, like, some fewer, some more steps. Okay, so that can add in a whole bunch of bad Pareto points. And this stuff really doesn't work when you have bad Pareto points, right? It's just because these runs are super fast is all, right? Your experiments are purely just faster. Yeah, look at these. Seven bad Pareto points. I mean, it's optimized, right? It's gone in ahead and it's found it's found some, like, ludicrously fast settings, but it has not... The problem is that these are getting added to search centers, yeah? We could filter. Let's try to filter. We'll try this. And let's just confirm real quick that this does it. Well, very nice. All right, let's see what this guy does. Lots of experiments. There we go. This is already way better, right? Already way better. We are. Funky. Oh, lots of runs. Nice and quick now. Yeah, there we go, right? Lots and lots of suggestions come fast at least. It is somewhat concerning though that like this is already a lot of points for it to not be finding very much. Well, I suppose it doesn't have downsampling, there are a bunch of restrictions, maybe it's fine. Weird to me, we haven't really gotten anything that really draws the full curve yet. Maybe we were just not sweeping correctly before. Better. Each of these is 10 though. Yeah, we are getting okay, so we got the throughput that I was wanting, right? We got the speeds. A little bit of patience perhaps because maybe it does take a little longer before. I mean, maybe it takes a few more runs with this sort of a setup. We also don't necessarily want Oh, I suppose the maximum cost. Max cost going up over time. We'll have to deal with that separately, I think. Not a huge deal for now, though. That's not like the thing that's causing us problems. Realistically. Okay, this is kind of weird, right? That it's like, should have the other shape. Why hasn't it found anything that solves yet at this range? Okay, well, finally something, but shape is way. It's like not good for having run this many experiments already. So I suppose there are more degrees of freedom than before. Starting to build a curve. How was I evaluating cost on this? Randomly. So either try to go for cost matching or steps. Seems fine to me. This sweep is going to be almost done and not going to be amazing, I think. We are cool. Now we can way more easily see which are the really good points. Thing is not, it's just not finding particularly good experiments somehow. Actually, it's found a few that are like solve in a lot of time, but not much. Oh, I guess you know what it is. Hmm. A lot of these runs are pushed up to the top. It's kind of... I guess there is kind of an encouragement for it to run a ton of expensive experiments. Put a lot of Pareto points up there, right? Make scale on max cost. Wait. Make scale on max cost. It's seconds. What is this? This is me messing with large scale hyperparameter analysis and sweeps, trying to get a good trade-off between compute usage and data usage. Little bit of trouble with some of it. We do have, it's done something. Great. Make y-axis scale. What do you mean make y-axis scale? I can't make like it's a this is there are three different quantities here, right? There's cost, there's steps, and then there's performance. Doesn't fit on a 2D graph. That's why I have the points colored the way they are. Do you not need to know if the cost is above 30? It can't be above 30. So the way it works is if you spend more than 30 seconds on an experiment for something as simple as Pong, it'll just stop the experiments. Oh, I see what you mean by make it scale. It does scale, right? It's not that those points are off the screen, it's just that's where it's capped. Okay, well, it's done sort of something here. But that's too many experiments for it to take that. Cost is how long it takes to run an experiment in seconds. I guess there just end up being a lot more Pareto points, right? It's really weird though. Where on the graph indicates good points? Um, so being anywhere on the graph is not enough. It's a blue point that's as far down and to the left as possible is good. So you need to have high score and low cost. Like low cost in either steps or in seconds. So it's kind of non-trivial, right? Yeah. I mean, this is a very early graph, right? It's going to be kind of jank, obviously. I'm mostly concerned with why this is not sweeping in any sort of decent way. I mean, I guess that's not entirely true, right? It found some like 2 and 3 mil step solves, I guess. I'm trying to think what I can do from here. It's gonna be way worse if I just do random search, right? So there's something directionally screwy with the algorithm, though. What can I do with this? Why is it screwy, though? Between 1 and 2? What? How is that relevant? Oh, hang on. I might have the I might have the math wrong. 1 second. Yeah, so the thing that you're misunderstanding is this is a simple enough problem that we should be able to have something good by this time. Like it should not take 500 experiments. 200 should be more than enough. It should be actually be able to do this in 100 if it's decent. I think I'm starting to understand this. Hang on. So okay, so here's the thing, right? We're defining cost only based on one axis. So actually, a point, if you have the same score, any point to the left is Pareto, and any point that's down is Pareto. Okay. So how do I fix this? And this is why it looks weird, right? Hmm. Like break. Try to do multi-dimensional burrito. That'd be a way to do this. Define a score threshold. That do it? Or wait, do I just have it backwards? Maybe I just have it backwards. I think I just have it backwards. It's just dumb. I might just be dumb. Hang on. Yeah, it is this. Okay. I had that other thing wrong. So we'll see if this does anything now. This could actually make a big difference. Yeah, this should. I had Pareto set up wrong for multi-dimensional data. We'll see if this gives us rapidly something useful. But then wasn't there was something weird, wasn't there? Like I remember Neptune. Yeah, so here's this thing. Well, to be fair, it'll start to look a lot better if we do it this way, right? A little bit. Where's our run over here? Oh, you know what? Wonder if we just logged cost wrong. Yeah, I think I just probably made some small... There must have just been some small errors with how I was logging stuff. Alright, no, we're gonna be able to fix this 100%. And we fix this. What? Hey, Aziz. Welcome. Uh-huh. Okay. So hopefully now that we're doing this reasonably, shouldn't be able to have data points up here, though. Hmm. Maybe this is all there was to it. This is the shape that we want. We'll see whether this actually cleans itself up. A decent shot, I can just leave this for a 500 run over dinner, right? Same thing with breakout. All right. There we are. Getting somewhere-ish. Quick question. Apart from being slow and bad, is Gymnasium Docs good for beginner? Um, it doesn't explain anything, really. It's not... Like, Gymnasium is not a RL learning library. It's literally just an environment spec. And, like, some default environments. Like, yeah, I would just follow my guide, right? You just make a little game in Raylib. My guide links you to good materials that are not just my own as well. Like, if you want a starter library, you look at CleanRL. But the problem is, like, you can read the CleanRL code, but you're not going to actually be able to train stuff at a reasonable speed in it, right? That's the difficult thing. Aziz, if you just join the Discord, like, there are tons of useful people in there that help. Self included. The RL is good, as it turns out. Still not getting, like, great points here. Annoying. It's got a lot of these pretty high cost suggestions for some reason, right? Why is it doing this? They're, like, not good. Is lower high cost. These are not good samples. I guess the sampling's a little screwy, right? Yeah, the sampling is a little screwy. I mean, I could just give it 2 samples, but there might have to be some kind of fundamental changes. See, this one's at least running. There we go. So I think what's going on here, right, is I'm only telling it, hey, go find me like a 20 million step sample, or go find me a 20-second sample, and then it's gonna push the other one up. I think it's like basically the way that the sampling is going, it's forcing it to the bounds, which is the opposite of what we want. What to do with this? It's tough when you have two different costs. I mean, if I just do can't just do both, right? Yeah, this is super bad. Four. Yeah, if you just run a tuning, run it like if it's fast, you can just run a sweep at 200 all the day. Last thing I want to try right now. Basically, that's not super fast. You can overnight like 1 or 200 experiments. I see. We'll try to just, what, zero shot it? Oh, okay, I forget your machine is, then your env is probably fine, it's just your machine. Hello, Kevin. Why was I streaming? I wasn't. I was just chatting on a Twitter space. And he's been doing a ton of like RL stuff with Puffer. So I've been like pointing him in the right direction since he's new to RL, right? When did this happen? I'm trying to get all this sweep stuff automated. The idea behind this, right, is to fill in the compute data frontier. But it turns out that adding a dimension to Pareto optimality optimization is it makes it hard. It turns out. Must be missing something, really. But we'll see if this one does anything good, right? This one should technically be able to do something quite different. I'm trying to think if there's another way to formulate this that's simpler, though. Like, it shouldn't be an either-or kind of a thing, right? Kind of odd. Kind of odd. On 4 M's in the config, you're bottlenecked by your brain. That'll do it. I am typically bottlenecked by having any energy to do my work. At least in the last couple of weeks with the cut. I will be good as soon as I am able to eat food again. You are still here, yeah? It's Saturday, I work. Going to dinner pretty soon. Even when I'm done cutting, I actually just don't eat that much. It's actually pretty hard to put on weight. I mean, we can do the math on this, right? Like, here. This is how ridiculous this is. So, 5 weeks times 7 days. Oh, actually, here, it should be 15 pounds. 3,000, is it 3,000 calories a pound? Is it 3,000? 3,500. Divided by this many days. 1,500 calorie a day cut. So that is psychotic. Best of luck with that, Kwang. I don't know if this is doing anything yet. We'll see. All these, like, high-cost runs are screwy. A slice of cake. I've written a decent chunk of the research blogs, at the very least, on this stream. To doing this. Shouldn't have the cost be that high. These score predictions suck. I wonder if I, like, massively... Could I have massively messed up? I could have massively messed up, right? That's honestly almost more believable. Not really. figure out. I think I'd totally messed this up, but it's just like super wrong. I'm just gonna have to run this. And I think I gotta get dinner because I'm not making progress on this as is. Um, that's okay. I will be back on Monday. I'm gonna keep running some experiments on this over the weekend as well. But I'm gonna go get dinner because I'm starving. I gotta go run. Well, I get to eat a bit more for dinner because I have to, but it's because I have to run tomorrow. I'm trying to think how long I want to do. Say at least 10 miles, possibly a bit longer. 12 would be nice. We'll see what I do. All right, though. For folks watching, all my stuff is at puffer.ai. If you'd like to help me out for absolutely free, just start the repository. It's literally it. Helps a ton. If you want to get involved, join the Discord. And other than that, follow me on X for more RL content, including all my articles. And that, enjoy your weekend.